my goodness, this might be working. It's only taken hours. Oh, goodness. I have a cat who's going insane. Cat, you're in the way. Cat, you're in the way. Are you feeling cuddly now? Not destructive? Oh, there she goes again. Come on. Give me... Setting up the HUD is always the hardest. That's not even right. Trying to keep everything inside this, There we go. There. That'll do. Let's see, we'll move 7 and 8 over here. We'll do 7, 8, and 9. I didn't see them over there. We'll see how that looks for right now. It's probably a bit of a mess, but that's okay. That's kind of the point. Oh, and I didn't reveal that last one. Nor any of these three on the side, but that's okay. Okay. Why is this not making a lot of noise? does. Wow, that hits really loud. Let's go mess with my audio settings. Yeah, this is why. Alright, that should be better. Just double checking some settings. Aetheroid shards. I don't think there's any more here other than the Archers Guild, and we'll get that on the way back. spawning this bad. Let's see, got it. That just leaves the Archers Guild. I just replaced you, light bulbs. Do not flicker. Honestly. The sheer tenacity of some electronics. Audacity, not tenacity. It's really early in the morning. It's my bad. I totally ran past the male Moogle too. Dang it. I will dedicate myself to archery and everything else. Here, I'm gonna make a note of that. I should make a note of, because all of the jobs in this game have different like little determiners. So I'm gonna write down dedicated to archery. We'll see just how often they come up. And see, now I don't want to run all the way back. I could just teleport, and it's so nifty. Hooray! Alright, let's go to the male Moogle first. We have to pick up something important there. Excuse me. Then we will go hunt down all of the things. save. Here's my level 90. Surely these don't expire. There we go. Now my XP gain for a while is pretty high. Oh, I should eat the food I got too. That'll increase it by another 3%. Oh, I don't have food yet. I should have gotten food. What's wrong with me? Well, we're already level 5. We're doing great. Oh, freaking martial classes, not having to stay still to cast things. It's so nice. Bye, friend. Okay. We're gonna run down and get that aetheryte. Stream is holding up better than it used to. I know I can get up there. There we go. Teleport learned. I mean, I already have it, but yeah. I have like no monies though. Should unlock all of the Chocobo Riders too. Chocobo Porters. Have I done that yet? Well, what's the point of you? Dumb. Oh, I guess I could return. That's not a bad idea. It's a fair point. I'm already there. Hi. I have to destroy targets in town. That's dangerous. Oh, there's another one in this area, huh? Oh, are there more targets around that I'm not seeing? Oh, that's fine. Alright. 8 Oppos and 8 mini Jews in the North Shroud. Then we will go play with them. Because I need the money. Mapping the realm. North Shroud. Hooray! Oh, right. I forget I have this too. How many do I need for the hunting log? I don't know. That's how many I need for the hunting log. Cool. Oh, I should eat that food now. Perfect. Oh, that poor squirrel. Just got freaking destroyed. That's a 40-second dot. That's kind of crazy. I know the potency is only 15. That's pretty bad. chooser over here. Or micro choose. Nope, I'm incorrect. They're on the other side. Oh, they're way up there. I have a feeling those are the wrong level ones. We'll find out. Are we killing these guys? Don't worry about nothing. Like, pop you full of holes. Where's the, we'll go get the aetheryte here too. That way I don't have to worry about it. Try and avoid these level 25 guys, because they will look at me wrong and I will pop like a balloon. Freaking Bane Mites. was gonna get its attention. It's okay, we're good. I'm very curious where this Wood Whaler sentry is wrecking this Bane Knight, though. Hello, Shadow. Gonna sit here for all of 20 seconds and then get fed up and leave. And it's right in front of my screen. She's like right, she's like equivalent to right here just the whole time. Oh, that was her that pressed my keyboard. Hey, will you settle somewhere, please? Settle somewhere. What? What? What do you want? There you go. Hey. Here's a good girl. Wow. This guy's upset. I can get to 15 tonight and finish the class quest, that'll let me get more, or that'll allow me to get other classes and jobs. But I won't be able to pick them all up. I'll have some catching up to do once we unlock Lanasia. But that's okay. Cool. I think you always just go with the chestplate here, right? I'm a pinch short. Hold on, let me go kill one thing outside real quick. This is actually really funny. I'm 22 experience off. That is the death of a singleton. Potentially. So dumb. Forest fungars, water spirits, black efts. Ooh, trickster imps, that's unique. Not used to that one. It's okay though. I'm surprised the last time I tried streaming this, it didn't keep up, and now that I've basically reset all of my my settings, it all seems to be keeping up just fine. Kind of impressed. To the central shroud. Goodness. It's bad of me. Oh. There they are. Plus 100% XP bonus right now? No, plus 106%. Ugh, I don't want to play with the Dyramites. Play with you either. Please leave me alone, dire mites. Let's go do the rest of our hunting log. Since all of them are here in Central Shroud. We'll see about trying to get to level 15, 14. After the Anole, which are over here, Trickster Imps, which are down here, and the Rosettes, which are down here. Progress. Yeah, there they are. Towards the Spirit Hold for the Trickster Imps. okay. Oh, this is a charge time. The cast is instant, but the charge time is 15 seconds? Oh, charge is the recharge. Okay, I was misunderstanding. We good. In my defense, I've never played Archer before. I've always been curious about it, but I've never done it. Cool. Oh. Hold on. I can take care of 2 of these. It's not gonna get me to... Well, both of them together will get me close. What's my next ability I pick up? Repelling shot. Oh, it's my jump. Got it. Let's say I get it at 30. I see. Wind damage over time. One. Two. Three. Four. Nice. And then finishing up my level 10 quest should get me to level 15. Emphasis on should. You don't actually know. Nobody actually knows. Experience is dumb. Oh, sorry, not you. Oh, dang it. Oh, in the east. Interesting. Well, there's a lot to do out there too, but I'm just gonna take care of this quest and then do my 15. That way I can go around and collect everything and head towards Ul'dah. Let's go beat 'em up. I said let's go beat 'em up. more to spawn. I'm killing them too quick. What does this mean? Oh, defeat 100 enemies. Not bad. Oh, gosh dang it. I took it out of its radius. I didn't realize how far away from it was. Those done. I just need 2 more birds. My nose is cold. Something on my chin here. That's why I keep picking at it. I don't know what it is. I'm done, boss lady. Great, because I'm already here for it. Oh, it's only level 10? Oh, I thought it was 15. I've done so much extra work. What do I already have on? I have something. Oh, I can't equip you. Armory unlocked. Nice. Well, let's go collect all of the things. And I do mean all of them. Let's see, we'll start first here. We keep our list. Devote. Devote yourself. Oh, devote to carpentry. Yes. Oh, excuse me. Now, of course, you can't just be a carpenter. If you're gonna do that, you also are going to need to be a botanist. So we go hit the botanist guild. Don't care. Hello, Fafucha. Walk the path. Gathering log. What tree did that come from? What's a gathering tree? Quite curious about a crafting tree as well, but that's beside the point. We go get the class I'm most familiar with in the entire game. That takes 30 seconds to run down the hallway. Hello. Sumiyan. Oh, this is a whole cutscene. God, you're so small. Do you vow to embrace nature? Conjure. It's funny because all of them are different. All of the exception or the accepts for the classes are all different. And I find that very entertaining. Get out of the way! Okay, bye. Oh, okay, bye. I must go. My people need me. Hello. Hello, Geva. Or Jeva. I don't. Oh no, I didn't look. Oh, all right. I'll have to look it up. FF14 leather worker accept phrase. What does she ask you to do? This is a Reddit post. That's not what I want. It's okay, I'll figure it out later. Alright, last one in Gridania. And we head for Ul'dah. Pick up Lancer. Yowain! Have you the resolve? No. Well, least you're honest with yourself. That is all of them for Gridania. So now we get to the troublesome part of trying to reach. Yeah, we need to go as far south as we can go. So we're going to spend 158 gil. And then we're going to run straight down through 2 areas. I'm pretty sure Eastern Thanalan can get to Ul'dah. If not, maybe 4 areas. Potentially sacrificing life in them. Come on. I made a mistake. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Classic. Planning on splitting MSQ XP evenly. I'm gonna try. I don't know how perfect that's gonna work out, because there was like what 2 early tank classes, 1 healer, 6 DPS, and then it only goes up from there. Check that. Let's see, there are... Yeah, well, yeah, or we can just count out all of the classes. Jesus Christ. 8, 11, 16, 22. There's 22 I'm going the wrong way. 22 combative classes, including 2 but not limited to the Blue Mage, which I don't think you can do MSQ with, because Blue Mage is so special. I've never actually done Blue Mage, so I'm not sure on that. The only nice thing is that a lot of these start at higher levels, like Astrology and Sage. Those start at 50 and 70. 50 and 60. No, Sage is 70. Because it came out for... Oh, cool, I leveled on that. 30, yeah, 30, 70. You are correct. I forget Astrologian starts that low, but it's because it's a part of Heaven's Ward. Man, they butchered that class. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about what they've done to my poor darling that was Astrologian? That was such a cool class, and now it's not. There's nothing cool about it at all. The card draws are just disappointing at best. They all do the same thing. It makes me very sad. There used to be like 10 to 15 different cards. Astro players, Summoner players, Glare, absolutely. Oh, Summoner player. No, not even just Summoner players. Freaking Scholar players. Can we just talk about the fact I loved that the fairies for Scholar had 2 different, like, they were focused on 2 different aspects, because there's a big difference between healing HP and preventative healing, so like shields and stuff like that. It makes me so upset that that Scholar just got freaking trashed. It makes me so sad. Like, you look at all these modern classes, all the right side jobs equal yeah, that's very true. Yeah, because you look at all the modern classes like Viper and what they've done with Warrior, and I kid you not, like I was there when Dawn Trail released. I've played all of the highest in raids. I have a level 100 character. warriors can just win. They just win. Vipers aren't too far behind them, but like, you overtune a class, and they just never die. But the one time you want to have like unique healers, they get reduced down to being simplistic, and it makes me so sad. It's a very sad day. It's very true. That's my life. I'm normally a white mage main, because I like playing healer. Obviously, I'm talking mostly about healers. So like I feel that like exponentially. You just cast glare infinite times, and then you cast your dot. I don't even remember the name. I hope someone forces Yoshi P to play a healer through MSQ. Oh my god, no. That would be hilarious. Oh, that would be so funny. Holy cow. Imagine. It won't ever happen, but like imagine. Let's see, where am I here? Yeah, I'll have to go through. So I'll pick up Camp Drybone, and then I will. Oh, I'm so stupid. I didn't pick up frickin'. I didn't pick up Camp Tranquil while I was passing through. Did I? Oh, I did. Okay. I didn't think I picked it up. All right, that's not a problem then. All right, well, Aurelia, what brings you here at 2:17 a.m. Central Standard Time? Because there's a difference in times, obviously. Just chilling out. Starting point, the vault. His only tank partner is the yep. It's very just let that go. He doesn't have to press any buttons ever. He just gets to watch as the warrior kills everything. It's ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, healers are in such a poor state right now. I'm hoping something changes when they release the next healer class. Yeah. Oh man, that would be cool. The elemental attacks for White Mage would be really cool. Which, you know, I'm kind of shocked that it spent so much time. So, like, because, you know, White Mage used to be oriented around the elements. Your Glare was originally an Earth spell. Right. Your Dot was originally Wind. And then your heal was supposed to be Water. That's what it was supposed to be based on. And then, you know, we get to level 100 and now it's just light, I guess. I'm assuming that's what its primary quote unquote element is. Now, the only devil's advocate point, at least about White Mage and its build, is that, you know, White Mage is entirely built on corrective healing. At least that's what I refer to it, is corrective and preventative. Doesn't matter. So it doesn't get as many shields as everything else does, but the amount of heals and the amount of potency in its heals for its kit is incredible. But like then you have Sage, which Sage is almost what Scholar used to be. Because Sage just has a button that flips back and forth between shields and heals. Or shields and dot. It's just dumb. Using Dota 2 Invoker, for instance. Air, Earth, Water. 3 airs is Tornado. 2 airs, water is the size. Oh, okay. I get it. I get the concept. I haven't played Dota 2. This might be a drawing point somewhere, depending on who you are. But I play a lot of League of Legends, so. But I get the reference or the ideology. There's a champion similar to that named Hwei in League. Stomp. No, leave me alone. No, leave me alone. I don't want the ants. I'm tracking ants all over the place. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. But it was kind of funny. To me, at least. But I laugh at all of my own jokes. Frick. I need to stop yawning. Let's see, there's 22... I'm gonna do this math real quick. There's... wrong one. There's 22 offensive classes. And then you've got an additional... so 33 in total. Different disciples. Because Disciple of War, Disciple of Magic, Disciple of the Hand, Disciple of the Land, 33. Which means I need 33 levels a day. That's a lot. 33 levels a day is a lot. I have to get... I have to go for 3,300 levels. This is crazy. 3 Earthquake, 2 Earth Landslide, 2 Air Stalagmites. Fine. Yeah, like a combo effect. I think a combo effect would be really cool. Let's see. I'm up to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And I'll get how much out of this? There's, what, 7 in Ul'dah? So get up to 28, which means I need 5 more levels out of different classes. How many are here actually? 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's only 6 here. Oh, 7. Alchemist is here too. Imagine having tools to reduce damage that included doing your own damage. It would be interesting. Honestly, I think it would be more interesting, and again, this is back to, this is what Astrologian did when it existed. I think it would be cool to go back to having classes that focused primarily on buffs and debuffs with minor heals and shields, instead of just all of the pure healing or the pure shielding we have nowadays. Oh, right. Mr. Holy Fist, can you teach me a thing? My pelvis. Oh, marking down, can you go the distance? Sorry, I'm recording all of the different, except discipline things, because I find it really funny. I find it funny that, the design teams went through all of the trouble to give them each individually a different, little catchphrase. Okay, we'll run down here and get Thaumaturge. Honestly, remove boss immunity statuses, but include a new bar on the health bar that shows resistance statuses when it's depleted. It's vulnerable to paralysis for its... Yeah, exactly. Something like that would be really interesting. I think... I think there's been a commonality in games in the like recent years that they're either DPS checks or they're just like big health pools. There's been no like ingenuity, and it makes me really sad. Are you prepared to leap into the abyss? No. And rename the role for all 4 healers into saboteurs. Haha, yes. That'd be cool. That said, you can't name, like... I wouldn't make all of the healers saboteurs, because there are... Like, there is a difference, so to speak, between pure healers and saboteurs. In fact, I think Final Fantasy XIII specifically has a different name for healers versus saboteurs. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I already get this one? Yeah, I did. The roll should be 33% debuffing, 33% damage, 33% healing. No, I disagree. I would say if we are accounting for debuffs and buffs, so we'll contribute that together. I would say it should be probably 30, 60, 10. Or arguably 30, 50, 20. Wrong side. I think healing should still be the primary focus of the classes, because that's what they are. They're healers. They are the support. 30% can be focused on buffing, debuffing, manipulating the battlefield a bit, causing advantages and disadvantages, and then the last 20% should be focused on dealing damage. When there is nothing to do, when you have done your complete job, that's when you should still be dealing damage. That's kind of how I would see that. Potency of DPS jobs should raise a lot, or the boss HP a bit less than it is now. Well, so here's the thing, right? Say you implement the ability to, like we're saying, healers now gain the ability to apply debuffs to bosses. We can paralyze them, we can stun them, we can slow them, reduce their damage, that sort of thing, right? So now, instead of us constantly healing and constantly DPSing, so we've stepped back from the DPS side, so DPS overall is lower. However, what we've done instead is we've prolonged the fights. We haven't made them any more difficult, because by reducing damage, by stunning them, that's less damage that our party's receiving. So we haven't actually changed the difficulty of the fight, we've just changed how long it lasts. Which is probably another reason why they've designed it the way they have. Only being healing, DPS sort of thing. But as it stands, if you add debuffing to the healer classes, the only thing that's going to happen is that the boss fights are going to just take more time rather than the little time that they do right now. And I say little in an arbitrary sense. I've played some that have lasted a while. Goldsmithing. And I mean, this is of course like all hypothetical, but I mean, taking your examples earlier, you know, damage reduction or slows. Let's see. You talked about that was the two big ones. Reducing damage and manipulating statuses like paralysis and stuff. So with those two specifically in mind, like, say right now it's 50-50 approximately healing and DPS for a healer. That means, you know, all your DPSs in the game are 100% DPS. Your tanks are technically also 100% DPS. So in a 4-man raid party, you've got 350% to damage, 50% for healing. Admittedly, the fights go pretty fast. I mean, it doesn't take long to kill anything. Damage that outputs from the enemy side is fairly low as it is. Even in instances where it's high, it's still manageable with 50% healing. But now say you have, in terms of dungeon content, let's say you have a wide range minor debuff towards enemies that reduces their damage by 25%. Or maybe even 10%. That now means that all enemies are dealing only 90% of their damage, and you've reduced your healing capacity by about, say, judging by the percentages we gave earlier, about 20%. I mean, if that's the case, taking 10% away from the already small amount of damage that mobs are dealing, you're not going to miss that 20% healing. Or, alternatively, on the other side, you're not going to miss that 20% DPS that healers are dealing in order to cast the DPS, or in order to cast the debuffs. Ready to work hard and get dirty. Oh, thank you for the follow. I missed that 3 minutes ago. I appreciate you. Aurelia Mirith. Murith? You could probably tell me how to pronounce that better. Oh. Sorry, I tend to go on a little rant, and it's pretty late. I guess I should say early. So my rants tend to get a little bit more, sporadic. Or repetitive. And admittedly, I'm a little cold, so my voice kind of shakes. Mostly my issues are after you solve the overhealing problem, you have nothing to do. Right! And you know... But that's that's where the question of, is a healer dealing DPS what they're supposed to be doing? Like, that's where that question comes from, right? And so obviously, like, the answer is, you solve the overhealing problem, you're dealing damage. Now we get into the question of, how are we dealing damage? And that's where... That's where you start getting into the more, like, boredom question. Because, like, then, you know, when you get back to the damage dealing portion... Wait, did I miss the question for this? No! No, what was it? Oh, I'm so depressed. Alright, that's fun. I missed what the approval question was. I clicked it just out of habit. I did Praetorium a couple days ago for fun, and Gaius only needed 9 or 10 heals. And the Colossus / Nero only needed 2. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Though, okay. Again, playing the devil's advocate side, though, Praetorium is probably the worst example because it has been so overtuned to just be clear this content. I mean, like, in all honesty, think about how much people complained about Praetorium when it was first released, and it was nothing but unskippable cutscenes and an event that dragged on for a long time. I think that was even still back when the fight with the Omega, not Omega, what's it called? I don't remember the big machine's name, and I feel really dumb. Was still included in that fight. Ultimate weapon, that's what it is. Thank you. It's late and words is hard. And I understand I spoke grammatically incorrect there. That's on purpose. Words is hard is kind of the motto for my life. Riri Roto. Even so, as a piece of content, my HP bar didn't dip below 7k. Alright, well, so that's a completely different... like, that's... So, ideally, right? ideally your HP bar never dips below half, ever. I mean, you have too many resources that you can use to prevent that from happening. I would name them, but I don't know the names of abilities. Mana. MP. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. We should join the Alchemist Guild. Yes. Yeah, so like ideally your mana never dips below half. Or your MP, whatever you want to call it. It's fine. Are you an aspiring alchemist? Are you an aspiring alchemist? Because I mean, I can think of plenty of times, like in new, like modern content, where, you know, my MP doesn't dip below, like you said, 7k, and I mean that's just because I'm utilizing my resources correctly, or as correctly as I can, I should say. But I think in a perfect world. First of all, I'm going to backtrack a bit. I don't like that every class utilizes MP. I think that's... or if they do... Or I should say... Or if they have MP and they don't use it. For example, archers. I don't use MP on any of my abilities. Which doesn't make any sense to me. If I have these, I should use them. Or if I have this resource, I should use it. And the fact that I don't irritates me incredulously. But because we don't use it, or not every class uses it, MP and its scalings are kind of skewed, I would say. Oh, excuse me, Jesus. And I would argue that, you know, the measure of your MP should not be what determines, or like the measure of how much MP you're missing shouldn't necessarily determine what's difficult. I'd also say ARR dungeons are harder than Endwalker ones. No, I think I'd disagree with that. It's been a while since I've done Endwalker content, but I would disagree. I would agree that ARR content is longer, because it is. In modern Final Fantasy XIV, they've perfected their system. It's two pulls, and a mini boss, or two pulls, and a mini boss. I wiped 5 times in Hawk Manor hard just 2 days ago. I mean, every person's going to experience difficulty in the different dungeons differently. And that's not to mention, I don't know if you were playing with a party of people you knew or a party of people you didn't. But I've never had a hard time in a party that I've randomed into for like dailies. I think the hardest dungeon I ever ran was actually one from Dawn Trail. And I forget exactly which one it is. It's when you take the train to crash into... well, not necessarily crash. But you take the train to the end of its track. And you go through that outpost. Yes, that is true. They they definitely implemented ARR content as a means of being more RPG styled, with them having puzzles and that sort of thing. But I think people, I shouldn't say people here. I think the developers have decided. It's not finding the safe spot and letting the mechanics resolve. It's true. And I think that is due to the fact that the developers have decided that, especially with older content, but even more so as newer things get implemented, simplicity is their aim, so to speak. That's the reason Astrologian got as nerfed as it did. Same with Scholar, same with Summoner. Everything, they're trying to make everything simple for people who want to come play the game. And then as for the challenges and the puzzles, that comes from doing the more difficult content, and taking place in, you know, the hard dungeons or the more difficult trials, that sort of thing. I still think Final Fantasy XIV is trying to find its identity. Don't get me wrong. Story, like, them establishing a world, establishing a story, they've done phenomenally. Like, Square Enix, the developers of 14, they've done fantastic creating a basis, a world, and a story for the game. But I think mechanically, and I think level design wise, it's still trying to establish an identity, and that's probably what Dawn Trail and the following events are probably going to try and do. Because you have, like, from my point of view, Dawn Trail's trials, like in Tamtara Hard, there's an interesting mechanic. Yes, you are correct. Puzzle-wise, like I said before, 2 pulls. Before every boss, it's 2 pulls and then 2 pulls, or maybe 2 pulls, 2 pulls, 2 pulls, and I mean mob pulls for tanks. Like that. That's what the pattern is. If you go back through and look through all of the current dungeons, or at least through the Dawn Trail dungeons, Endwalker, I think all the way back to at least Stormblood, it's 2 mob pulls and then 2 sets of 2 and then a boss. Like that's what they all are. But I think with Dawn Trail, and like I said, with the trials and stuff like that, it's clear that they're trying to find new mechanics that make the players think. Like, take my first instance is Tier 4 of the Colosseum in Dawn Trail. Again, I don't remember its name. It's okay. But you fight the chick who's basically like merged with Odin. And her different gun mechanics and the rate at which you have to pay attention, that was hard. It was fun. I love that fight so much. I know a lot of people who hate it, but I love that fight so much. But it's unique. Like there aren't any prior raids that deal with mechanics like that. Especially those like positional required, I guess. That word is difficult. The connotation I was looking at there was difficult. But I think it's a really fun fight, and if they start doing more interesting mechanics in fights like that in future expansions, then I think that's where we're going to find our puzzles and our difficulties, or our more balanced difficulty. I mean, because even with like in was that in Endwalker? The boss fight where, no, I think it was also in Dawn Trail, where you have to deal with, like, the swords. So, like, it brings you to a center oh, it's the dragon thing. It's the giant dragon fight. Oh, who's that Aztec god that it reminds me of? It's like the snake dragon. I don't even remember. I loved that fight too. It was really interesting. But I think that's where you're gonna find the puzzles and stuff in the future, and in future events. It's gonna be in the fights. It's gonna be in the middle of boss fights, where your macro, your outer ability to position and play, not your own skills using your abilities, is going to really shine. The way I see it, if using Souls games as a proxy, AR difficulty was Demon Souls, puzzle RPG, environmental. Then by Stormblood it was more like Dark Souls 3, where it was forgiving, but you had no options other than to dodge and attack. And by the Zero arc in Post and Walker, they're starting to make it like Elden Ring difficulty, where they were trying to throw you off unintuitively. What do you mean throw you off unintuitively? Like they're pulling tricks on you? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I wouldn't say they're pulling tricks. And that's only because in most of the things that I've seen, they give you fair amounts of headway. And I apologize, I'm not phrasing this the best, because it's a mixture of being tired, and I am bad with words. But they give you enough lead to tell you about what's coming most of the time. It's just a matter of seeing it the first time that really gets you to realize, oh, this is what they intended. But then it's a matter of figuring out what's the best way to completely dodge what's happening. I mean, I still go through some of those high-end fights, and I'm not able to get through without taking half my health somewhere. I can't tell you how many times as a white mage I've had to bring up at least 3 or 4 or 5 people because they misread which side the one guy in the boxing match, the third trial from the arena, is going to do. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that it tries to throw you off. I think it's just a matter of they're turning up the dial on how quickly you have to respond. I think is more of what it is. They're slowly teaching us to pay attention to all the details that are happening, and that not all of them, or I should say that all of them are important. Yeah. I think 14 is going in a good direction after Dawn Trail. I keep using it as an example because it's the most recent thing I've played. But I think Dawn Trail's got a good thing going, and I think if they continue it, like the Golmez and Zero Amos trials are really tough, but it feels different to the early puzzle. Well, right, because that has to do with the fact that the puzzles that are taking place with Golbez and Zero Aim, he pronounces it like Zeromus. There it is. The puzzles are in the middle of the fight, so you're thinking at high speed. You're trying to, if you, I'm assuming you play healer because you've mentioned it a few times. And if you don't, you still seem to understand. So I'll keep describing it like a healer does. But like, I'm keeping track of everyone's position. I'm keeping track of everyone's health. I'm keeping track of all of their statuses. I'm keeping track of my dot on the boss. I'm keeping track of my position. And now I'm keeping track of, oh, that's a mechanic I haven't seen before. That's, where's my positional? What positional's coming at me? What projectiles are there? And I have to process all of that information relative enough to stay alive. In the early days, especially like, I can't remember what it is. the first puzzle that comes to mind in the early days is where you have to take the two runes, or the two plaques, and you have to make sure that they are opposites when you put them on the balance. That's the only way to open the boss door, otherwise it summons mobs that you have to fight, and then you fight the boss. That's really annoying. I can show you, I can point exactly where it is on a map, but I can't tell you the name of it, and that's kind of infuriating. Shoot. Because it's right here. Yes, Sunken Temple of Karn. Thank you. I was like, I know where it is on the map. I'm really bad with names. If it's not obvious, I'm real bad with names. Oh god. So I do agree that there is like the simplicity of quests and the simplicity of dungeons level design. So Xenos, that's why he calls you friend. It's true. It's true. Anyway, I do agree that a simplicity has arose from both level design and quest design. I mean, pretty much all quests nowadays are go to this place and either talk to this person or kill this thing or find this item. That's all they are. Gets a little monotonous, but the story is there to kind of pick it up. However, I think a lot of the boss fights have gotten a lot more ingenuous. Nope. They've gotten a lot more intelligent. You have to be able to think through them, and you have to be able to act on them. And I think that's a good thing. I think more of that is not a problem. And I do also agree that, you know, something should be added to the quests or to the level design to kind of add that little bit of puzzle back. Admittedly, with ways to get around it for people who aren't necessarily inclined for that sort of thing. That's my take, I guess. I don't know how hot it is, but it is my take on things. However, I mean, FF is the game series with a ton of puzzles. To an extent. Because, again, we're looking at it from two different angles. An MMO cannot just be about puzzles. Like, that's what you have to remember. The difference between Final Fantasy's stories and Final Fantasy XIV is that 14 is an MMO. It is meant for everyone. Anyone who picks up this game should be able to play it through without having any difficulties to be able to get to the newest content. That's how it's designed. That's how all MMOs are designed. That's why when WoW reformatted, they restructured all of their expansions to be able to go through whichever one you want, get to the level, and then join the newest end content. Final Fantasy, the individual stories, 1 through 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, those are designed as independent stories. Those are pure RPGs, role-playing games. They are purely based around user experience, to see the world, feel it, experience what it is to go into a dungeon, basically alone, and see what the ancients of the world have left behind there. Final Fantasy XIV is not designed that way. If you come into 14 thinking that you're going to play Final Fantasy VII, you have the wrong game in mind. And that sucks to say. Because all in all, like, an MMO in the style of Final Fantasy VII would be vastly interesting. But it's also unrealistic. Because the idea is that a mass multiplayer online game is meant for everyone. And on top of that, the additional focus is group play. And out of puzzles, you don't necessarily always get group play. You get one person knows the answer, everyone follows that one person. Whereas in, you know, this new way that they take it, with boss fights becoming more intricate, you have to pay more attention, that sort of thing. Those, it doesn't matter how often someone tells you what's going on. You might even have to end up practicing them. I know God's defending. I know Savages you have to practice endlessly. So unfortunately, you can't compare 14 to the rest of the Final Fantasy games because it's not. And that sucks to hear. I know. Because I do wish the quest line in this was a little bit more challenging. Also, my number one favorite, most memorable moment in the MSQ is being stopped for like 2 days against Venat and Elpis. Wait. Oh, in that fight? Dude, oh man, that fight was hard. Okay, first of all, Venat's like one of my favorite characters, honestly. She's really cool. And I love the whole idea that she is who you used to be in terms of when everything was... We'll get to that. No, Venat's trial fight is so much fun. Or her test, where she tests your abilities. I agree with you. That fight was hard. That fight was fun. I enjoyed that so much. I think I did that fight 3 times, 4 times. I was Black Mage. See, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Black Mage is not designed to be mobile, and that's what I think Square Enix should have focused on, but they didn't. And I read that complaint all the time. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm at 28. It wasn't the mobility problem. I need to get 33. I need 5 more levels. I need to hit 21. So we're teleporting, or we're gonna return to New Gradon. Was it really not the mobility problem? That's what I hear a lot of people talk about when they play Black Mage. I'm excited to experience it myself whenever I level up this. Black Mage is good at dealing damage in tight clumps of enemies. It is phenomenal at dealing damage to one enemy. It can't do damage to a large number of them. That's fair. This guy is arrogant as hell. By the time I'm done that, casting 2 fire 2s, or two fire 4s, 2 obs got sucked. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about the orbs. Oh, you're so right. I didn't even consider that. You are absolutely correct. Yeah. Black Mage needs a touch-up. Had to rely on luck to pray that a few orbs would get close enough together. Oh my gosh. Sorry, allergies. Wow, that just kind of bites, huh? I didn't ask for you, go away. Also, Venat is my least favorite. Really? Are you serious? Venat's your least favorite? Oh my gosh. That makes me really, that makes me really sad. Venat is without a doubt one of my favorites, if not my favorite. Man, this guy said his targets were hidden, but they sure are glowing. Let's go back and report this first, and then I will, I'll get this one. Oh, man. Let's see. You know, of the ancients, probably my least favorite is, again, a naming problem. It's the one who takes over Thancred. I can't remember his name. Because of the enforced time loop, she's not a character but a device. Emmett is a character, but doesn't know everything. That's arguable. Yeah, I think that's arguable. I think just because... this is complicated to describe, but I think just because Venat is in a closed loop does not mean that she doesn't have a growth of a character, at least in some ways. I think, don't get me wrong, like she doesn't know everything. I mean, I can see your point. Don't get me wrong. Emmett Silk is definitely he definitely had more development than we did with Venat, but that was also on purpose. At least I can only imagine it was on purpose by the developers. Because and that's because, you know, he was there for the entirety of not Stormblood. Yeah, Stormblood. Not Stormblood. And not, oh my god, what is wrong with me? This is why I'm replaying all of this, by the way, because I don't remember my timeline. Shadowbringers. Yes. Thank you. God. I was getting there. I promise. So he was the entire build-up of Shadowbringers. And it made sense. But Venat was not the build, like she was not the driving force behind Endwalker. She was who? Oh, it's just a person out there. Okay. She was what gave us the ability to reach the end. Which is two very different, like, parameters for a character concept, to be clear. I need a North Shroud, don't I? Isn't that what I saw? Yeah. I don't disagree that Emmett Selk was more developed. He absolutely was. He had more time. He had more presence, and that sort of thing. But I think putting Vanat down because of that is not a valid reason, because of what we know about Vanat, who she is, and what she represents. Because before I go too much further, I'm going to assume you've played to the end of Dawn Trail, or at least to the end of Endwalker. I know it's not relevant. We've talked about like a lot of stuff that occurs, but I'm gonna ask anyway because I don't like doing spoilers. That's just rude. Now I wait because of whatever time delay is on this stream. Killer. Hydaelyn had from 1.0 to 6.0 at level 99 to be developed. No, that is incorrect. Oh, alright, hold on. We're going to talk about that too. I'm enjoying this discussion, but let me, I'm gonna focus on this first. Ooh, my blood is boiling right now. Getting annoying. Where's this boss? Come on, Heartstopper. Oh, no, that's Coming Storm. In fact, do not have feathers. You are correct, sir. Bye. There he is. Okay, let's talk about this. Because first of all, our first introduction to Hydaelyn, and the build-up there and after, is the very beginning of the game, and we don't gain a stronger connection to her until after we start collecting the elemental crystals. We don't hear her voice, except for when we collect those crystals, so I don't want to hear anything about 1.0, alright? And then following that, because of the events that take place in 1.0, and with the ultimate weapon, our connection to her is broken. That's the whole essence of Heaven's Ward, and us dealing with Hraesvelgr, and the other stupid dragons, is because he intentionally severs the connection so we can't receive Hydaelyn's blessing, and we can't contact her. And then, again, in freaking... after that, from Heaven's Ward into Stormblood, the whole idea is that we can't trust Hydaelyn because everyone has access to the Echo. Yeah. His heals were really funny. Sorry, I went on a small tangent there. There's a lot of reasons why, first of all, Hydaelyn couldn't be developed. However, what was developed was not what we learned that Venat was. Like, you can't call it that, because that's Hydaelyn and Venat are two completely different beings until the interaction in frickin' Endwalker. So you can't say that they had all this time to be developed, because that's not what they're there for. That's not who they were yet. And I don't mean this from a, like, lore perspective. I mean this from an establishment perspective. Until Endwalker was introduced, it was never said that Hydaelyn... that it was, like, the entire point of Endwalker is that it was theorized that Hydaelyn was a primal, which ended up being true. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna fight, though. I will lose the fight, don't get me wrong, but I will fight. I can still call a spade, and I was handed a nothing burger. I disagree. I think that there was more to her than just what was said, and it has everything to do with Azim's crystal. Everything to do with Azim's crystal. In all seriousness, in all complete honesty, in relegation to the lore, I just don't think we've reached her yet. And I understand that she's gone. Like, I understand Hydaelyn used the last of her power so that we could have what we needed in order to get to the edge of the universe, whatever it was called. Basically, where not Melody, not Lullaby, what was her name? I don't remember. Then again, I fear there was combative writing teams. That could be. I'm not sure. But in all seriousness, like, we haven't seen the last of Venat. I can almost guarantee that. Shadowbringers and Endwalker do not fit theme-wise. I would argue they do. I would argue they play into each other's story correctly. I mean, like, if we look at it from perspective, right? The entire purpose of Endwalker... No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. The grand theme of... From the beginning of the game to the end of Endwalker, the grand theme was not the Garlean War. It was the... I hesitate to call it a rivalry. And I feel bad that I can't remember his name. Why am I so bad with names? Auralia, can you tell me why I'm bad with names? The grand theme of the entirety of Endwalker is the rivalry between the Warrior of Light and Xenos. It really is. It just so happens that the Garlean War, which was caused by the Asians. Good at hearing people and empathizing with the reason why. Don't remember their story 10 days later. Okay, I have to ask. The reason why it is... Are you clarifying that, or were you questioning that? Because I also don't know the answer to that question, and it makes me nervous. Do I have shoes? I do have shoes. Oh wait, but they have to be level 10, don't they? No, they have to be level 5. I haven't done the level 5 MSQ yet. And I'm almost level 20. And it's really funny. More you care about the now than worrying about the past. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Realistic. I appreciate that answer. I'll accept that for now. But only for now. No, but so talking about the whole story of Final Fantasy, right? Going back to that topic, I apologize for the little interruption of my metaphysical mentality. The overwhelming arc, the main theme, and this isn't just story points, the real story of 14 is the obsession of Xenos. If you look at the grand scale, even the reason, like, Garlean went to war with Eorzea, again, after losing the first time, is because Xenos was bored. Like, there are literal scenes talking about that, and that it was only a war that caused Xenos to be happy, because it was something to do until he found us. And then we became his obsession, and he obsessed over us through the extent of Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, which is why he follows us to the edge of reality for a final climactic duel, which, by the way, I loved that scene. The final confrontation and button mash against Xenos just made me happy on the inside. For me, I say they had a good question, and their approach to philosophy is solid. However, if you nix the ancients, I feel the writing would improve. Well, but that's just the thing. You can't nix the ancients because they're what made, like, they're what established the world, right? So, like, if you take away the ancients, then if you want to get technical, you lose the first, which is the entire essence of Shadowbringers. And you miss, like, you would end up missing basically the entire purpose behind Endwalker. I would argue that they probably should have clarified, and this is, we have to remember that this is also to the point of, oh, I need to move that. I rearranged my HUD, so I'm trying to piece together where I want everything. We have to realize that where do I want this? Probably like here. That's fine. So again, sorry, restarting because I keep getting distracted. We have to realize that the time variation between the first Final Fantasy 14, because this is technically 14-2, and the distance of time between expansions, so from, you know, ARR to Heaven's Ward to Stormblood, if ARR had the writing, because I laughed at the idea the ancients were so smart, they hired Hermes and gave him nuclear codes. The ancients deserved their downfall. Well, it wasn't so much that they hired him, right? It was that he was once one of them, and then when everything was coming to an end, he just kind of decided that everything should go with it. I thought. But again, that could be because I haven't played White Walker in a while. Can you die? Ooh, there's a ton in this. What the heck? Oh, but it's one of each, I see. He needed therapy. Someone put him on Elpis. He needed therapy, not nuclear codes. That's very true. He was a little crazy. But he did have some interesting ideas. He also merged with, freaking, what's his name? The bad god. And then we killed him. I don't think that was good for his mental health either. But that's beside the point. No, I think the story is good. I think it's established. And especially now that, like, the stuff with Garlean the Garlean Empire and Xenos is put to rest, we can really start seeing what the story of the world is, because we haven't really seen that, other than learning that the first was enveloped by light, and I still like Stormblood more than Shadowbringers. I mean, that's fair. I feel like Stormblood had more action than Shadowbringers did. Because, like, Stormblood was, you were in the middle of the Garlean War, or the Garlean Invasion, whatever you want to call it, and then suddenly, you know, Shadowbringers happened. Yeah, Shadowbringers happened, and you were whisked away. To the realm of the first. I don't disagree about, maybe it's the pacing. Also had more to do with her world. The Asm step still feels fresh in my head. That's fair too. I don't know. My preference is towards the story of the first and, like, the origins. Because it's really interesting to hear about how 14 parallel worlds were once one, and as a result of being split apart, there are now 14 variations of people that exist. And, you know, that I think that was my favorite thing about Shadowbringers. Whenever it fully, like, you get to the end, you find out that the Warrior of Darkness, who had tried to kill you several times in the prior expansion, was actually a part of your soul. Like, I think that's really interesting. I think that's really intriguing, because it makes you wonder, like, where is everyone else's connection? And it's real interesting. It's actually really curious, because Asm's Crystal, the reason why it summons as many people as it does, I prefer when they're doing small scale writing. They're great at it. I would disagree, and that's only because of my personal enjoyment. I think the 14 reflections are really interesting. I think they went really in depth with the first and with the 13th. Especially with Zero's arc. I'm going the wrong way. I need to go this way. Here's my fungals. Especially now at the end of Dawn Trail, where they... Well, okay, but... So, the reason it hurts more is because it happened in the moment. Emmett Selk's sad story happened a bajillion years ago. Like, you're not supposed to feel sad, you're just supposed to feel the regret. It's not so much that you're trying to... Yatsuyu's story, they're trying to make you feel bad, they're trying to make you sad, and they're trying to make you vengeful. But with Emmett Selk's story, they're trying to make you realize where he's coming from and sympathize with those emotions. Not necessarily agree with them, but just sympathize. That's the difference there. 2 more levels. So, yes, the Yatsuyu's story is going to hurt more because it's supposed to. Arenvald lost his legs and still became optimistic. Hermes is like, "Boo, we don't deserve to live." And then when I mean we, I mean everyone. God, it's so funny. Actually, it's real interesting. I know of a person who their favorite character is Hythlodaeus, and Hythlodaeus was only in the Elpis arc. We'd never even heard of him before then. But they're just so fascinated by this guy who's the friend of Azem and Emmett and like basically all of the ancients. For no reason other than he's interesting. I don't think that's entirely true. Oh, I need wild boar. Let's go kill some wild boar. He's their gay BFF. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. No, he is really interesting though. I have a hard time saying that the writing is bad because I can see the potential in everything they've written so far, and it intrigues me. And I'm a person who loves a story. I really am. Let's see, can I kill this? Oh, yeah. Honestly, you want to know what I'm really jealous about? Now we're talking mechanics, because it's just occurred to me. I'm so jealous that, like, take Archer, for example. I can cast all of my abilities and move without having to worry about canceling. And I don't have mana costs. Like, what the heck is this? This is the real dumb. I need these raptors. Nope, not these raptors. Yeah, and it's the role that gets no attention or love by Squenix. After Dancer release, they haven't thought about range DPS in 5 years. Comes July. Yeah, that sounds right to me. It should be down there. Excuse me. Nope, leave me alone. I don't want it. I don't want your candy. No, get off me. I'm being harassed by dinosaurs. And yet, as much as we complain about this game, we still play it. It still has the most hours played on Steam for me. Oh, is this person fighting this? Alright, I guess I'm helping. Springforge Dragoons with perfect battle timings and that's funny. Oh, that didn't hit anybody. Oh, I attracted things I did not mean to intend there. Also ask, what is your sun/star sign? Oh god. Hold on, I might be able to figure that out in a second. I'm assuming you mean in real life. Oh good, we're done. Let's see. Oh man, I hate that. This is the worst. Let's see. Sun/star signs. Let's see here. It looks like I'm assuming this is sun. I don't know. But it's Sagittarius. That's the centaur, right? Yes. I do know constellations. That's just because stars are cool. Has nothing to do with anything else. Where are these things that I'm supposed to be fighting? Where are my raptor poachers? That's also what I want to know. Hedge tree. Spire. Where are my raptor poachers? This would be easier with a mount if I had one. That's a joke, because I haven't done the MSQ. Okay, so they're not here. Yes, I see the fate. Nope, I'm not even gonna look at that. I know for a fact I can't do anything about that. This is the edge. There you are. Oh, it's just a group of guys. only needed 3 of them. Okay. Did I successfully answer your question? The eldest of the fire signs. Strangely, Xenos is quite like the themes Sagittarius presents. Are you telling me I am Xenos? Because first of all, I don't have his hair. It's the first little quandary there. Oh, okay. Goodness, goodness, goodness. This guy needs to be taken down a peg. Can I fight him? I want to beat this guy up. He deserves it. Okay, well, that's 21 levels in Archer. I could probably think to swap for a bit. But I believe I also have my 33 levels. 3, 5, 26, 31, 33. So I have I have 1 day's worth of levels that I've accumulated over the last, what, 3 hours? Oh, God. That's really funny. Oh, I was looking up a star sign too, right? I don't know how to tell what that is either. Let's see. It's mostly about the drive. Wait, hold on. It's mostly about the drive and satisfaction, where Aries is about new explorations and whimsy and forgetfulness. Leo is all about self-importance and finding purpose. Sagittarius is developing its interest very quick, but needs resistances. I have no idea what that means. Wait, difference between sun, stars. Oh, it's the same thing. I see. Sun and star makes sense. You don't like things that are too easy. You know what? That's true. Who likes things that are too easy? That would explain why I play challenges in hard mode and stuff. That would explain this challenge, huh? Damn. Anyway. Let's go catch a poacher, huh? Oh, this is in Southern Tread. I could work there. Do I have the money for this? I really don't have the money for this. Huh. Man, if only I did the MSQ for money. Oh well. You guys get to watch me walk everywhere. It's fun. What's wrong with a good walk every now and then, huh? In my headcanon, the Warrior of Light is broke. I mean, you're not wrong. Think about it this way: the maintenance costs alone for 33 sets of gear is ridiculous, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. That can't be. You can't be like that and be like and have money, you know? So I absolutely agree with you. That is not headcanon, that is just true. Oh my gosh, when I was trying to get Omni crafting on my white mage primary account, and I cannot tell you the millions Rowan as a Bitcoiner. Oh, that's true. That's canon. It's true. I'm writing it into fact. No, I can't tell you the millions of gil I spent on reagents that I just didn't want to go and get. What do you think, Allegan Tomes? Oh god, no, don't start this. Don't start this. They're just an ancient currency that has information on it that is redeemable for wealth. That's all. That's all. They change seasonally. Okay, so arguably, they don't change seasonally. They just, what's backing them is no longer there. Everyone has their own tome. Oh god, they're NFTs. No! Jesus. Absolutely terrifying. You know, I could add to the challenge that I have to walk everywhere. I was thinking about it the other, like, a bit ago. Like an hour ago. It was like, how interesting of a 14 challenge would it be if you just had to, like, if you couldn't teleport anywhere? If you had to run to all of your locations? It would then also make me wonder, like, how far do you actually travel? Here's the final difference. Okay, here's the question. Or I have a question in response. What are the connotations of saying yes or no? What kind of judgment am I looking at for either answer here? Oh, hey. I was looking for these. Perish. Depending on your answer to my question, I will answer yours. Yes means we have a stark difference, no means we have a shared possibility of agreement, but our approach is different. Well, unfortunately, it seems that we are going to be in stark contrast, because Y'shtola is actually my favorite character in Final Fantasy XIV. For reasons that probably don't align with what you expect. It is not just because she's a pretty cat girl. I actually have a much more in-depth reason for why Y'shtola is my favorite character. She's my least favorite scion. I'm willing to hear the reasons why you're wrong. Nice. Man, I really don't want to run around and do this. East and Central Shroud, and it's just 2 enemies there. It's super annoying. Actually, I can get this one in the East Shroud, too. I don't find her as a character. You know, you have this tendency of applying, very interesting, what's the word? There is a term, for looking at an object and seeing human characteristics, but you clearly have the reverse of that. You clearly have the seeing individuals and seeing them as objects, which is kind of odd. So the reasons why you're wrong, and what makes Y'shtola really interesting, is her affinity and the pretext behind the self-sacrifice that is the result of her eyes and being what they are now. Because her eyes are really fucking cool. Not to mention that she's literally dying every day, more than a normal person. Y'shtola's freaking sick. Okay, she is the most badass of the Scions, and for numerous reasons. I mean, just for starters, she wound up in Shadowbringers and started a fucking cult. God, she's so cool. She literally manipulated the ley lines of the world to save literally everybody. Gosh, I need to work on my words. I'm saying literally too much. She's really cool, alright? I respect your opinion of recognizing her as just a knowledge base, but she's not just a knowledge base. She's really freaking cool, and the things that she has done is beyond, like... It's beyond what the Warrior of Light could do. And I find that really astounding. Where's the last shiny spot? Nope. I thought I could maybe hop up there. Let's see. Where is the shiny spot? Let's see. There it is. God. Yeah, Y'shtola is my favorite character. She's super cool. I tend to enjoy Alize, her growth, her struggle, the invention of the tempering cure to be neat, but Kryl Y'shtola I don't care for. So I can kind of agree with the Kryl comment, but Y'shtola is really interesting because of her affinity with the ether. And like I really mean that. Because if you look at the God, I'm stuttering so hard. Apologies. If you look at the story up until now, I mean, not only is Y'shtola single-handedly like saved the Warrior of Light numerous times, but she's performed feats that far outpace what all of the other Scions have done. I mean, Thancred can't use magic anymore. Urianger is always being considered the spy or the betrayer. Alphinaud and Alize are children in the beginning, and they make so many foolish mistakes that their growth becomes innately more noticeable because of that. But Y'shtola's just been cool from the beginning. I mean, she gave up her sight. Oh my god, I don't care. I don't know what it's asking for. I don't care. She gave up her eyes because she saw into the life stream, which are the aether currents, the ley lines that perpetrate throughout the world, to move people through it. And then she herself couldn't get out, so we had to find her half-sister, get her pulled out, only to find out that she was blind, but not to the point of being unable to see. Instead, she uses her ether to fuel her sight by seeing in the ether. So she basically has true sight without vision, If you know anything about D&D, which is fascinating by far. But on top of that, I mean, the information that she has that has been utilized, like actionable knowledge. I mean, I wish she had. I mean, she does. She might not be the most like energetic, I guess, but she has the arrogance. She acts like an arrogant individual, but with the knowledge to back it up. Please, thank you. Oh. Contrast with Toph, who was dealing with the shuffle princess, but right. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like the way she acts is like a Toph from Atla that wasn't raised to be a princess, except she also doesn't. She doesn't condone or condemn someone for not having information either. Like, I think the only time she's actually ever dissed anyone was the joke that was made on the Azim step, when the one tribe leader basically fell in love with her at first sight. The little son comment. I think Yushiro is really cool. She is probably my favorite character. that's just me. Ooh. I mean, if using the real world ideas, I can like her. However, she's not entertaining. If we allow headcanon and real world psychology, yeah, she's more interesting to talk about. Possibly de-align with an antisocial disorder. Wouldn't say autism, but more akin to CTPSD. That or I don't even I wouldn't even say it's that much. I mean, she grew up in a scholar society, right? So I wouldn't even say it's necessarily antisocial, as she just prefers to be alone. But I suppose that's entirely fair. That fight was a little difficult. Not health-wise, but like pressing all of my buttons on time. I was trying to be effective with everything. I don't really like my my AoE. Nice. Now we run all the way back. Oh. Pop my back a few times. I will mention, if this is your active time on Twitch, I don't know how often I'll be live at this time. It's 4 a.m. and I'm kind of just like, I was a little restless tonight is all. So I ended up staying up pretty late, and now it's pretty early. But, just a small aside. Like, of the 3 adult, I prefer to deal with the former 2. They have a lot of vulnerabilities. I mean, that's fair. I don't know, Thancred kind of annoyed me in Shadowbringers. Like, the way he treated the girl just kind of ticked me off. And then Urianger is... How do I... He's kind of dull. I don't feel Y'shtola trusts me. I would disagree. I think she trusts us... Like, I think she trusts the Warrior of Light more than anyone else, frankly. But again, that's my way of interpreting things. With her emotions, I mean. But she does. She tells you how she feels. She tells you when she's scared and that sort of thing. She does it reasonably frequently in like the last 2 or 3 expansions. Especially during Shadowbringers. Y'shtola was terrified in Shadowbringers because she wound up in basically a place without her body, her real body at least, and had to build up from there. And then come to find out, it had been like, I think the game said it was 5 years, like the time dilation between the first and the source. So by the time we got there, it had been like 5 years. Something like that. kill one of you. Perish! Oh, I guess I can go kill one of the goblins too. Like, opening up about moments in our life or backstory, we get a second hand from via Matoya or Lise. But she doesn't tell us. So I don't. You are correct. I'm not gonna say that you're not. But I do think that has to do with her being Mikote. So, because I don't know if you know a lot about in-game lore when it comes to the different races and stuff. But I think that style of thing, because it's not a matter of do we know her backstory or moments in her life, but we've seen most of it. Like Yashola during this, I think, is only like maybe 18 to 20, and then by the end of Endwalker or Dawn Trail, she's like 27, 30, if not older, because of the time dilation between the first and the source. Oh, I went the wrong. This is not what I needed. I needed over here, right? Where are my goblins? The honey yard. I'm in the wrong place. Shocker. What else was here? Oh, it's the bones that are down here. I passed it. That's really annoying. All right, frick you then. I don't care. But I think it has to do with her being Mikote, because right. I think this all has to do with her race, because Mikote, as they're described, she's like one of 13, 14 siblings, and then she got tired of home and went to Charlia. Like that's her story. She went to Charlia, she studied under Master Matoya until she joined the Scions. And you, like, again, you learn that from her and her sister. Half-sister, but whatever. Like, she doesn't have the tragic backstory that everybody else has. And I think that's what sets her apart. She's just strong. To me, she's almost the foundation of the Scions, because she's also the voice of reason whenever things start going haywire. Good discussion, though. Very true. It's very fun. Uh-oh. I'm up to the level 20 gear now. That's 11. That's 5. Alright, level 22. I am, once again, way past where I'm supposed to be. Okay. I think that might call it for me. It is 4 a.m. and I should probably get a little bit of sleep. I have been streaming for 3.5 hours, which puts into point of, oh, then again, I came across a very interesting, if you hate Alphanod, you are Alphanhod? I don't know. There's probably a joke in there that I don't recognize. Oh, hello there, Shadowfall541 is typing. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Wait, just, oh. Oh, if you hate Alphano. Oh, okay, if you hate Alphano, you are Alphano. That makes sense. Alright, I get that one. That's fair. That's a reasonable thing. Alright, well, if that's the case, so for me, I am your Stola. You know, that could be. Who do I hate? I don't think I hate anyone. Like, any of the Scions. Yeah, I'm not sure. Look at all these handy-dandy weapons and doodads I have in here. We'll swap over to this and go mess around with Lancer for a bit. Closed off because we are so afraid of loss. Yep, that's true. I do once again want to say thanks to Shadowfail541 for the raid. I don't know if that came across or not in the middle of our conversation. I appreciate that greatly. That's really cool. Hey, there we go. That's an awesome emote. I don't have those. I don't know what to make an emote of, so I don't have them. But that's okay. I'm going to assume that you two were playing some Final Fantasy XIV. And if not, please enlighten me. She just irritates me because I know why she is and it sucks to deal with my own personality. I mean, yeah, but that just means you're not your own type, right? Like in the grand scheme of things. Oh, dang it. I need more food. We're gonna go buy some food real quick. I need the experience gain. 3% is 3%. I just, like, there's no reason to not like your personality because it's your personality, even if it does irritate you. It's just one of those things of, like, you're maybe not one of your favorite people, but that doesn't mean any more than that. My emotes are random inside jokes, but hear me out. You have them. Oh, did that make you smile? Alright, cool. My job is working. I'm doing well. It's very true. Absolutely. Shadow, how was your stream? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the things. I want to know stuff. I don't get rated very often, so I want to know all the information you can give me. Who's your favorite Scion from Final Fantasy XIV? We're having this discussion. Aurelia and I are. And I can guarantee that I'm losing. Good man. Just grinding the story right now. Oh, very exciting. Is this your first time through? But mostly when she summoned her familiar and went full magical girl, I was like, finally after full... Yeah, exactly! Oh, God. That was really funny. But then she immediately improves on it at the very end of that same expansion, which I thought was hilarious. Oh, God. She's my favorite character. Always and forever. I need something cheap that I can buy a stack of. I can almost buy a stack of this. I've played off and on for years, but working on Endwalker right now. Ooh, that's exciting. So who's your favorite Scion? This is important information. I don't know. We can go with like 20 for right now. Might I offer you a boiled egg in these trying times? Tough? I know, it's a rough question, right? There are a lot of good ones to choose from. Except for Menphilia. But she's dead. So we don't talk about her. That's not true. She had her moments. Menphilia is cardboard on her face. Yeah, it's true. It's very true. I didn't want to say it out loud, but you are absolutely correct. Menphilia was just very dull. She gets better in Shadowbringers. Trying to keep the story off and on for years. Oh, gotcha. That's also fair. I did that for a while, and then I got kind of sick of it. I just played through to the end. I think I played from Stormwell to the end of Endwalker in one go. My theory is that Lysae was created to solve the Menphilia problem. No, I think they had... Oh, I didn't kill this. I think they had Lysae's story established since... I started on PlayStation 4, then come back for a couple months each year. That's pretty cool. Now on PC. What's your class? That's exciting. And I think Lysae was Bard. Oh, very exciting. That's what that's the first one I did on this. I think the story for Lysae was there ever since Papa Limo sacrificed himself. Blonde hair, blue eyes, Megan daughter. This applies to both Lysae and it's true. I can go turn that in now. Oh, Shadowfield, thank you so much for the follow. It's much appreciated. Let's see what else I got. I got Mightlings, I got Appos, I got Microchews, Efts and Bogyarzons. Hoglitz is in here? Really? Okay. Oh, so I can do everything here except for the east. Alright, cool. Let's get to it then. I can probably hit level 10 pretty quick. Was Menphilia the daughter of a resistance leader for Alamigo? I don't remember that. I might have missed that. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, I'm still not ending up where I want to be, but that is okay. Both are Highlanders. Interesting. How did I end up here? Oh, because I'm thinking of North Shroud, aren't I? Have a good night, man. I gotta go get some food. Yeah, you have a good night. Like I said, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the follow. I'll be sure to check you out when you're live. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. North. If I was paying attention, I would have read North on all of these. But I was not paying attention. Thus, I did not read. Oh, goodness. I'll probably get to 10 on Lancer and then stop for the night, I think, maybe. Maybe I'll go longer, I don't know. A fate. What are we killing here? Enchanted mushrooms. Kill the enchanted mushrooms. Glad I two-shot these guys. Where's my throw skill when I need it? Or my dash? Oh, Aurelia, you want to know what the worst second goal is that I'm going to have after I complete this challenge? It's the worst second goal ever, but I'm going to do it because it sounds like a grind. Also, if you were to give him Ophelia a combat job, which one would it be? She would be a scholar. Necromancer on each? No, though that does sound awful. No, I'm going to do the relic weapons for all of them. Every single one. Yeah, there should be a bard and scholars. How many scholars do we have? Am I confused? Who else is a scholar? Especially now. Because I'll admit, Alize and Alphino were arcanists, but they were not scholars. There's not a single person we have that summons a fairy. We don't have a ranged DPS Scion? Oh, physical Scion. Yeah, I guess I see what you mean. Because we had... What? We had Papalimo for magic ranged. We had... Lise for... Pugilist. Urianger is... Was he originally an Arcanist? I don't recall him ever picking up a weapon in, like, anywhere. Until, of course, you know, he became an astrologian. Yeah, I believe so. Okay. Thancred was a rogue, and then he turned into a gunbreaker. Yeah, I guess you're right. Her mother was a songstress, on words and speeches. It would also say that she would be a great fit in lore to write out the song Answers after Dalaman fell. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. I can agree with that. I think Bard, yeah, I think you're right. Bard's a fitting. Yeah, I don't need the charging hogs, I just need the skill. Oh, good. That's level 10 on him. That puts us at 42 levels. Hold on, I'm gonna make a small chat or a small text thing to help keep up with this. Levels. I think we're at 42 out of 3,300. Stop. There. That's better. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. It almost makes me wish. Again, this entire conversation path goes in a circle at this point. It almost makes me wish that we had a class focused on supporting. Like, maybe do what an actual bard does in, like, D&D Prospect, which is not be a ranged character, but instead be a supportive character. It's whatever. She becomes a white mage by the time of Shadowbringers. That's all I'm gonna say. Man, streaming tonight has been like pretty successful, I'm gonna be honest. I don't mean to take us off track here from our discussions, because I am enjoying those. But like, this is my first time streaming Final Fantasy XIV, and it's my first time streaming in like the last 2 weeks. And you know, I come in and I have this amazing discussion. It is better than grinding alone, that's true. I probably would not have stayed up until 4:30 in the morning if you had not been here. Which I am both appreciative and spiteful about, so I'll deal with those emotions as they come along. But also, like, I've never really been raided before, and that was cool. I don't know who Shadowfail is. I woke up at 3:30. 3:30 your time, because you've been here for a lot longer than just 3:30 my time. I mean, to put a point on it, you followed me 2 hours ago. EST, are you really only an hour before me? Man, that's crazy. No, that can't be right. It's not 2, though. I'm so confused. You woke up at 3:30. Oh, you're an hour ahead of me. That's right. It's 5:30 for you. Ugh. getting my timing mixed up. No, mixed up. This is what happens when I don't get sleep. But that's okay. Can you imagine how Graha feels about time? Dude, that man is like 10,000 years old. I was having this discussion with a friend of mine the other day. Frickin' Graha is so old. Like, that poor guy. We were having a discussion about the fact that, like, Graha 100% has a crush on the Warrior of Light. He's the closest thing to a Time Lord in 14. You're so true. Listen, who's to say that his TARDIS isn't just a giant crystal tower? Who can say? I'm not gonna take this quest yet. I got to level 10 by doing the level 1 quest. So next we're gonna go here. Hey look, I get to press one button for the next 2 hours. Woo! I miss Stone. Yeah. Back when we used to throw rocks at people. Watch out, guys! A rock! Whack! God, it's so true. Alright, time to go do the same thing I just did for Lancer. If I can get everyone to 20, and if I can get the MSQ to 15, then I should start being fine, because then I can start doing dailies. Technically. Nice. All right. Loss of Peyton, mad. Loss of Asma, sad, but tolerable. The loss of How Very Glib, that's the 8th Umbral Calamity right there. Good God. That's really funny. Hey, look at that. I'm level 5. In its place, we got This is Thancred. It's very true. Chitoge, Water Spirits, Midge, Swarms, which I think I can also get here. And I can get these here. I can get these, and I can't get these. Oh, I can get those. Maybe I can't. I don't know. We'll find out. Whew. record, I started the game in Endwalker, April 2023 for my mains creation, early February 2023 for the free trial. Awesome! So you've been playing for a little while. I'll be honest, I think the first time I touched Final Fantasy XIV was before A Realm Reborn. And that was on my PlayStation 4. And I only say before A Realm Reborn because it used to be whenever you choose a class and you end up in Gridania, the caravan that you're on with the drunkard was attacked by a dragon. I vividly remember this. And then I stopped playing the game because I couldn't get a handle on it in or no, it wasn't. It was in Lenosia, not Gridania. But I couldn't get a handle on playing with a controller, so I basically didn't play it after that. Because I was also on free trial. And back then, free trial was like playing for an hour. And then I came back for, I think it was Stormblood. Back when Stormblood released. And I've been playing ever since. Saw on 1.0 was attacked by a Leviathan after 2.0. Yeah, okay, so that's thank you. So I was, yeah. Hey look, a useless roll action? I know, right? The sleep button? I use it every once in a while. I use it in, MSQ instances where I'm against multiple things. I'll put two of them to sleep and then just focus on one. And then I'll focus on whichever one has the lowest time. So yes, I was playing in 1.0 for the briefest amount of time. That sure takes me back. Too bad you don't get the legacy tattoo / Chocobo. I mean, I'm not worried about that sort of stuff. Cosmetics are like whatever to me. Ugh, my nose. Hey look, my Surfing Swarms. So you know what sucks? I can't get the Wood Whaler outfit. Like you specifically, or people in general? You could in 1.0 and you equip it, and if you have it. Ah, I see. That's unfortunate. Ow, 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 ow. Back off. Fate needs to go away. Oh, it's pretty sad. the savior of Gridania, Eorzea, the star. Can't get a... Hey, listen. You're just not good enough, okay, to be a part of the Wood Whalers. I mean, that's all there is to it. Just get on the Wood Whalers level, you know? Almost got me to 10. Wonder if there's anything else I can get in here. No. I could probably kill a couple things to get there. I'd have to really think about that. Because, like, so for Miqo'te it's obvious, right? Well, hold on. First and foremost, are we considering this, like, D&D rules? And are we saying actions, or are we talking features? Themed, but appropriately 3.5 D&D. Okay, so you'll have to forgive me. I don't know enough about 3.5 in order to make the proper comparisons. So my only choice is to do 5e. But, like, Miqo'te is obvious. I would give them heightened senses, so perception checks are advantage, survival checks are advantage. Let's see. Elzen, I think, would be close to actual just elves. Because they're kind of a mix between high elves and wood elves, right? Maybe a little more pompous. I'm not sure. The RR are interesting because their defining feature is the scales and the dragon's blood, so maybe give them the ability to Midlander's action, eidetic memory, fast uptake on information, sure. I'd probably do like a dragon sphere. Like if I'm being as creative as I want to, I'd probably do like a dragon sphere for Ara. Because I don't think that's utilized enough in D&D by unique things other than just dragons. Highlighter bonus. Do climbing and lifting feats? Sure. Makes sense to me. don't think I'm supposed to have this. Hold on. I'd agree with that. Wait, hold on. What's the difference here? Oh, this is other. There. That's better. The game exploded because I leveled up 3 times. Twice. Leveled up twice. I wish I miss when you could get high quality harvestables. Used to be so nice when you could actually try and just get high quality ingredients. And now you can't. Sneaky. Keeper Makote, bonus to night vision hearing, Seeker, bonus to heat resistance and reflex saves. Yeah. I don't know, a part of me wants to say Seeker Makote probably should get something for tracking. But I'm going based off of the title, not who they are. So. In game, I find the majority of seekers in the Sagoli Desert. Yes, but they are seekers, which has a tendency to hunt for things, rather than keepers, which has a tendency to defend things. That's my logic. Whew. Crap. Like, I think seekers are nomadic and keepers are not. Also, how would you define the difference between keeper, Cotes, and Vieira? I'd have to think. So keeper Mikotes are like the Azure Step, right? No, because Azure... that's wrong. Azure Step or Aura. I know that. I'm an idiot. Don't... Vieira are like Amazons. That's how they're portrayed. Keeper Makote are probably like more tribal. At least is the idea, I'm sure. Oh, crap. That'd be my guess anyway. Because they read rather similar in lore. I mean, you can have, like, they can be similar, just make, like, the skills slightly different, I suppose. Like I said, the Vieira were represented as all-female at first, so... you could treat them as something like Amazon-ish. I need to stop yawning. Yes, let's take the time so you can look over every bit of that pod or the table and not the latex itself. Thanks. Also, of the 3 starter towns, Gridania sure doesn't get much of a highlight in the MSQ. You're not wrong. It gets onced over. Unless you start here, you only come here for a dungeon or two. This is where all new adventures begin. Old Daw is just politics heaven, and where all meetings take place. Yep. Hey, boss man. You need 1 length of maple lumber. Guess what? I'm about to make a crab load. Actually, I don't have that much. I might turn... this might be the one time I turn in a quest early. Just so I can get the 30 logs or something it gives me. Yeah. Did I go up 3 levels? From that one craft? Jesus. I'm gonna make me some maple clogs. now it comes to the point of needing stuff. I don't have stuff. Stuff, more experience. Elseworlds question. If survived Heaven's Sword instead of Lysae and Estinian, what do you think would change? Well, we wouldn't have as solid a connection to the Alamegan resistance. We would probably have remained in the Heavensward regions for a lot longer. And Ysael would absolutely have become a Scion. There's no way she wouldn't have. It would probably be more hard focused around dragons, too. The wood tells all. The wood tells of everything. This guy speaks for the trees. This guy's the Lorax. Yeah, that's true. It'd be nice to have a second tank. Yeah. I could see that. Frick. I have a cat glaring at me. You can see her, she's right here. I think she's a bit like Graha. She uses ice to form whatever weapon she needs. Man, I cannot wait for us to get like everything to level 50 and have no inventory space. I'm running everything at once. Oh, I can make this. Very exciting. I mean, I think I pay for 4. Oh shit. I'm gonna fail this. She is an Omni-Crafter. I am gonna fail this. Let's go! That should have never worked. Quick, we gotta get out of here. That should have never worked. Let's see, who is it? Last one in Gridania is leatherworking. Yeah, Tataru actually becomes really cool towards like the I think it's the end of what? Stormblood? She goes through that whole phase of like, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to help, and so I want to try everything, and then you find what she's good at, and it's just like, oh my god, you're actually fantastic. She creates an airship. Yeah, she does. This is all crafting is going to be, by the way, the entire way up. Pippin's ship with Namino. Raban becomes her father-in-law. Tataru's ship with Lolorito and becomes a mercantile world phenomenon that makes Rowena jealous. You right. Man, what is it with Lalafell and being engineers? That's the real question here. Shit, it's 5 a.m. Yeah, it did. I said it sounds like Lalafell make really good engineers. Yoshipi's main is a Lalafell? That's awesome. Lalas are funny because they waddle when they walk. You'll never unsee it again. If you watch a Lalafell walk, they waddle. have the perfect amount. Turning in the quest and these last two, I think gets me to 10. Oh, that's awesome. That's really funny. Oh, that didn't get... Aw, man. Alright. I think everybody does. It's true. Okay, I think now is the time to call it for tonight. Taking a quick count, we have 42, 43, 44, 45, 55, 65, 75, 8, 9, oh sorry, 6, 7, 8, wait, 6, 7, 8, 9. I just lost track of that math. There's 34 here, and 45 here, so it's 79. We're up to 79 levels out of 3,300. We're almost to the first 33rd percent, or one, whatever. But hey, that's progress. So, Aurelia, thank you so much for staying with me for several hours, talking with me through all of this grind. We're at 0.02%. Hey, that's 0.02 more than I was when I started this, so that's progress. But yeah, thanks so much for the follow. Thanks for sticking around. To Shadowfail541, if for whatever reason you ever check out this VOD, thanks for the raid, thanks for the follow, thanks for sitting by and talking with us before you left. For anyone and everyone else, thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you next time. Bye.